Who's this? Hello?
This Leva from Burlington. How are you?
Hi, hello.
Hi, sorry to bother you, but we're having some issues with the system, with the schedule, and I'm trying to make sense of it. And I don't need you at this part anymore.
Hello, hello. Hello, Skip. Hello. Hello, hello.
told me before the game. This is a crucial moment in their season. They've got to decide what type of team they are. They're finding ways to lose close games, and they've got to get their first win in conference play. Coach says it's crucial that they get off to a good start here today. He wants focus, communication, and more dominance and physicality at the line of scrimmage. I'll keep you posted on how they look down here from the field level to start the first quarter. Back to you.
Holly, thank you. He'll start the return inside his 5. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. So Army's offense will get first crack at it today. And Davey, they've got a guy outside that has a lot of potential, but he has to prove that he can be a go-to guy.
No, 100%. They are going to have to depend on him to make plays, to consistently catch the football, to make those one-on-one matchups, make the defense really pay when they choose to do that. I think he's the guy that can do that in spurts, Jesse.
Yeah, he doesn't terrify this defense. We know that, having talked to the defensive staff going into this game, but they have seen him flash before on film. They know he has the ability to make the wow play. For them to win this game, though, you get the sense he's going to have to make a few of those for this offense.
Now the toss. And he'll lose yardage on this play. Loses 2 yards. Great job by the defense.
And that just looked off. The timing, the rhythm, I don't know what it was, but usually that option, man, it's so precise, right? Like, really quickly making a read, and you could tell they weren't on the same page. It went absolutely nowhere. Defense won that round.
Last play was a near disaster. Now dealing with 2nd and 13. Just feeds the running back. Got a little grass. Finding a way to put that foot in the ground and get it up to the 37-yard line.
Love the push by the offensive line on that RPO play. Look how they just work the single teams and the double teams. You see linemen chipping off of their guys and climbing into the second level and getting a hat on the linebacker. That's why those types of plays are successful.
Ready! Blue 22, blue 22, 1852, soldier, 1852, soldier. Where did he go?
Out of the shotgun on 3rd down. He's got the back in the middle. They'll make the stop about a yard short of the first down.
Man, and that's just making it way too easy on the defense. They're laughing at that short throw. They're like,
Wait just a minute, guys. The offense looks as if they're going for it in their own end.
Go, ready, go. Jet, go.
Give to the fullback. They make the stop, and not before. He gets enough to convert on 4th down, and rolling the dice pays off.
there are not a lot of head coaches that I think are willing on their opening drive to go for it on 4th down, especially in that kind of field position. But this head coach ain't scared. He believes in his running back. He believes in his offensive line to go pick it up, and that's exactly what they did.
And he'll find enough running room to get it just short of midfield at the 49. Guys, let's give a little context to where Army is. Good pickup on the recruiting trail just last week. 3-star defensive back. A guy that could be a bit of a diamond in the rough, but that type of talent is what they need to build that secondary.
Man, yeah, and this is a program they're trying to build something. They're trying to climb to that next level, and this is how you do it. You get players that your school can go out and get, and now you let them play, start to develop, and turn into something great.
They converted 4th down earlier on this drive, and now they'll try it again. Needs it to keep this drive alive. They make the stop, and not before. He gets enough to convert on 4th down, and rolling the dice pays off. The Black Knights with the 1st and 10.
Here we go, ready.
Now the play fake. Blasted as he lets it go. Incomplete. He had to get rid of it before he wanted to. The defense put the heat on.
He didn't have a whole lot of time to get rid of that one. The defense was all over him right after the snap. No wonder that thing fell incomplete.
What will they dial up on 2nd and a long way to go? Just a gain of 2, and now they're looking at 3rd and 8.
Well, they try to go quarterback design run on that play, but the defense just not buying it. Nice job everybody playing downhill and making a tackle close to the line of scrimmage.
Might be calling a hot route.
Ready, go!
Trying to move the sticks on third down through the air. And the incomplete pass will bring up fourth down.
QBs and receivers on third down, everything has to happen just a split second sooner. You're expecting pressure, the quarterback gets hit, just not on the same page with his target.
Gets his first one of the day away. Might be a little stiff. They only used him twice in that loss a week ago. And the punt will hit at the one, just a little too far for them to be able to down it. It'll be a touchback and come out to the 20. So Tulsa's offense gets to come out for its first possession of the game. And you've got to believe this defense has put in extra time to try to slow down this tight end, David. But the question, can they even stop him?
Yeah, it's one thing to watch it. It's another thing to stop him. And just impressed with the way they move him around. They use him. Sometimes he blocks. Sometimes he's a wide receiver. Like, sometimes he's a lineman. Sometimes he's a wide receiver. So tough to figure out where he's going to be as a double team. But I bet he's got the attention of this defense, Jesse.
He does for sure, and because of that, David, I think it's going to open up some opportunities for maybe some of the other guys out wide. If you've got two guys covering the tight end as a quarterback, you've got to be ready to throw the football somewhere else sometimes, and so you might see a little bit more balance in the passing attack today.
The holding penalty will make it 1st and 20. Back to throw, it's Hayes. Just too much mustard on that one. Can't miss the target that badly.
And he finally missed one, right? I mean, he's been pretty hot, right? 5 passes in a row. He's been moving the ball around, different platforms, different receivers. Just done a really good job spreading the ball around, and he's human. He finally missed.
The play action fake. Throws to the wideout. That's caught. It's Singleton. That'll be good enough for a first down. They'll mark it at the 30.
Now, you've seen the evolution of these slot receivers. They're just matchup nightmares. They're hard to get your hand on. A lot of times, they're off the football. You can't jam them. These guys are so productive, and offenses really feature their best players most time in those slot positions.
Caught behind the line. It's Singleton. He'll be stopped at the 41, but give him 10 on that play. The offense lines up at the 41 with a 1st and 10. The RPO fired complete to the left. He puts him in business across the 50 into the 46-yard line. It'll be first down.
And that's this guy's 3rd catch now on the drive, and I like how this offense just keeps going back to him. Look, if you're not going to cover him, we're going to keep throwing him the football. We don't have to overthink this thing, and as every completion happens, the quarterback is gaining more and more confidence in this guy.
Running inside, it's Davis. Might have a chance, and they'll move the chains, and a good way to wrap up the first quarter. The secondary walks up on the line, showing press coverage.
Damn it.
It has been all defense all the time in the early going as we wrap up the first quarter, and the stats certainly reflect that. Let's see if the offenses can find a little rhythm here in the second. So after the break, they'll go back to work. Makes the catch and he's free. Steps out of bounds just inside the 20. They'll mark him down at the 18.
Man, the defense, you hold your breath. When this receiver has the football out in space, you have got to make sure you're playing with outstanding pursuit. Nice job there, but as this game goes on, you've got to keep an eye on this guy and make sure they know where he is at all times.
And the the defense stops him just short of the first down. Maybe needed a few more chain links to move the sticks. The Golden Hurricane lines up on 3rd and inches. Looking to throw, it's Hayes.
What the fuck?
Shakes off the defender. He steps out of bounds, but he's got enough for a first down.
Why did it?
Man, sometimes these receivers slash running backs just make you look good. 3rd down, everything covered. Nice defensive coverage, drop back, taking away option 1, taking away option 2. But how about the running back slipping out of the backfield, catching the football behind the line of scrimmage, but giving great effort, making the big play for this offense to move the sticks.
Well, the offensive line had everybody blocked except the defensive end. He was able to sneak into the backfield and get the tackle for loss.
Operating in the red zone here on 2nd down. Keeping it on the ground inside. It's Davis. Oh, it's a recover by the defense, and he's off.
I love those smashes where you can hear it up here, Reese. Goodness gracious, you can hear the contact. Such a big lick. The offensive guy doesn't hold on to the football. Huge momentum swing. Big turnover forced by the defense.
The Black Knights offense will go to work. I can't think of anything that frustrates an offensive coordinator more than holding the ball for a long time and having no points to show for it, David.
And Reese, first downs, yards, that's not even what they look at anymore. Yards don't really matter. You got to execute in those critical areas on the field and get points on the board.
Yeah, it was mental errors on that last drive, too, that led to negative plays. They got to get those things erased and pull it back together here on this drive. Go put some points up on the board.
The officials offer the deal, and the coach accepts it. They will take the penalty. And now the offense will back it up 5 and try it on 2nd and long.
Ready, go! Ready, go!
Quarterback keeps it. And they'll bring him down after a short pickup.
You know, I really like this QB running the football because I know he's got a lot of speed, but he's not the biggest guy in the world. So he's not going to be able to break a lot of tackles. You really got to do a good job of trying to scheme ways to get him out in more space.
So the decision has been made, and the coach will take the penalty. His 3rd down a little longer after that penalty. A run for the quarterback. Can't get him to the ground. Man, there were some collisions in there before he was finally stopped about a yard short. It'll be 4th down. And the Black Knights will bring the punt team onto the field. This will be the 2nd time they've had to kick it away. He'll field the punt and look for room. They make the stop, but there is a penalty marker down. Let's see what the call is.
Yeah, they did run that punt there. Oh, shit.
Hope the kicker is okay there. He's in a defenseless and vulnerable position, and you have to protect him. That 4th down penalty feels as if it is really going to be costly, but we're about to find out now. It's 1st and 10. And the misconnection on the first attempt. See if he gets a little looser.
Well, that's just a great play by the defender and great timing. It was the hit that forced that incompletion.
2nd down, they'll go to the air. Gets it out fast. A 3-yard gain there. It'll be 3rd and 7. It'll be 3rd and long. The offense changing the play. On 3rd and long, trying to have a big completion here. Fires to the tight end. Great pickup as they'll keep this drive moving, and they've got it at the 45.
And it's on 3rd downs like this. If you want to attack the middle of the field, you got to look for the tight end. Really nice route. Great job looking that football in. You can tell this quarterback.
Ball is loose.
No,
Defense grabs over the ball. There he goes. Let's see if they can get something going here late in the half. DB's right up on the receivers. To throw, it's Hayes. And this will be incomplete. A big hit there forces second down. Couldn't make the connection last time. Let's see if they throw it again. Second down, they'll go to the air. Caught over the middle, it's Smith. Didn't pick up a lot there, moved it forward just a few.
Bells and whistles have got to be going off in this quarterback's head now. It's 3rd and long, so you know you're expecting pressure. You got to know where your hot routes are. You got to be able to read the coverage and make sure you get this football out of your hands quickly to not take a sack or worse, turn the football over.
On 3rd down, he drops to throw. And the deflection by the defense brings up 4th down. Tulsa will be forced to send out the punt team. He's going to try to flip the field with this one. Gets his first one of the day off. He was called on 4 times in last week's win. Fields the punt. Wants to make a play. Really explosive when he gets his hands on the ball, and he found a couple of crevices and made a nice game before being run out of bounds. They've got a little time here to put together a productive drive late in the half. Off the play fake on 1st down. Quickly complete. Turns it on in midfield. Major gaps in that defense, and he got loose, and they finally knock him down at the 41. Not the most productive half for this offense so far, but finally starting to get it in gear. 1st and 10. Back in motion, try to clear the picture. Trying to escape and get it himself. He found a little opening and got loose. They couldn't stop him in the backfield, so a solid pickup there. The Black Knights can play this second down a lot of ways with just a few yards to go. Bring in the heat. Nowhere close on that one as he got drilled trying to deliver the football, and now they face 3rd down. And now let's see if the offense can bail itself out after the second down misfire. Handoff to the single back. He gets nothing. Nowhere to go, and it'll be 4th down.
Keep the foot on the pedal if you're on offense here. You got that yardage. Yeah, you didn't get the first down, but you've set yourself up now to go for it here and keep this drive alive.
This offense has been money on 4th down here in the first half. They'll try to make it 3 for 3. He'll try to throw and pick up the 1st down. He's brought down. Couldn't find anybody to get rid of the football. And they'll over on downs.
Did I have anyone open? Look at him. He was wide open. Look at him. He's wide open. Oh.
He had nowhere to go.
Oh, God.
4th down. You know he wants to make a play. I'd like for him to throw it up, to be honest. Try to give somebody an opportunity to make a play. Who cares if I throw a pick? It's 4th down anyways, but couldn't find anybody to get the ball off. Defense surrounds him, gets him to the ground with the sack.
Looking to throw, it's Hayes. He'll pull it down. At midfield, he's got both. Gets down, and like they say, touchdown, 1st down, or get down, and he got 2 of those on that one. Now the offense wants to make sure everything's straightened out, and they call their first timeout. They'll have 2 left to work with before the half. It's 1st and 10 from the 44-yard line. He wants to throw it. Oh, he's going to take a shot at the DB. Makes a grab down the middle. Touchdown, Golden Hurricane. This crowd absolutely loving it as he rolled into the end zone.
And the offense breaks the tie, takes the lead, gains some momentum. How big is this, Palmer, now? Going into the half with the lead, with the momentum.
Well, they break the tie, but they also break their their confidence a little bit now. The opponent now has to go into the locker room probably down, and they're wondering, what adjustments do we have to make? What do we have to fix? Because we've got our work cut out for us in this game.
The Cadets have it back as Army goes back on offense. So late in the half, this is really an opportunity, David, maybe to swing the momentum. There he goes. Found a little bit of room there to get it up to the 30 before going out of bounds. And the Black Knights have a lot of options on 2nd and inches. From the gun, he leaves it with the back. He'll get a fresh set of downs stopped at the 31-yard line.
Fuck, dude, fuck.
Now the offense wants to make sure everything's straightened out, and they call their first timeout. They'll have 2 left to work with before the half. It's 1st and 10 from the 31. This time he wants to throw. Using the quick game. There to make the tackle, but the big throw is good enough to give them a first down.
And I think great offenses find a way to get their playmakers the football in space. Nice job designing the wheel route. It's good versus man. It's good versus zone. Nice route. Nice catch by the running back.
Pressure coming. Gets it to the back. He gets it up to midfield, forced out of bounds at the 50.
Yeah, and I think you've just seen how the quarterback has so much confidence in this guy catching the ball too, right? Receivers aren't open, tight ends aren't open. He knows he can find him running out of the backfield, or if he lines up at wide receiver, this dude can get open. He can make positive things happen after he has the ball.
Yeah, he had an opportunity to make such a big play. Listen, he wasn't wide open with nobody around him, but you got to make that play. You got a little bit of space. You got to haul that in, make your quarterback look good, and make a big play for this offense.
3rd and short like that on your own side of the field. You're just looking for a quick hitter. You're trying to get the ball out of your hand quickly, but the timing completely off there for the offense, and the ball falls incomplete.
The ball hits at the 5, and it'll go into the end zone for a touchback. Offense has enough time to get off a play before we head to the half. Dropping back, it's Hayes. Makes a catch. He gets it past the 25-yard line and finally knocked out of bounds at the 27.
The defense has their hands full trying to stop this guy in the slot. They're going to have to figure something out to bracket him, try and get 2 bodies around him, maybe get some safety help as well, because right now they do not have the answer for this guy.
We've played 2 quarters here and reached halftime, and we will now check in with Kevin Connors in the studio.
Guys, kind of the unofficial halfway point of the season. Week 8 and another exciting update from the EA Sports Desk. First up, a look at James Madison going up against Appalachian State. And it's the Dukes, setting school records in multiple offensive categories in one of the highest scoring games I think I've ever seen. 2 teams who were very familiar with the end zone today. And this one gets them to 5 wins on the year, which isn't cause for a campus-wide celebration, but it's proof the coaching staff is getting through to this team. Here now, some other games you may have interest in, and social media has some sharp opinions about the state of things right now. Back now to your game in Tulsa. This wideout is enjoying a stellar day. 2 of those catches in the first half were 2 of the better grabs I've seen all season, and of course his overall stat line is helping the only stat that really matters, the scoreboard. And with that, let's head back to the guys inside H.A. Chapman Stadium.
Thanks for that breakdown, Kevin. The Black Knights will kick it off to start the second half. Let's see what he can do with the return. And the return man is stopped, and that'll leave it up to the offense on the next drive. As we start the second half, what do you have for us, Holly?
Catching up with the Tulsa head coach coming out of the locker room. He said this is exactly the type of game he was expecting. Two solid defenses have made it very difficult to find points in the end zone today. The defenses have been terrific so far, really limiting what the other is able to do. Points are at a premium down here. Guys, you've got to believe that whoever makes the next mistake and has a turnover, that might be a significant change in this game. I'll keep you posted from the sidelines. Guys, back to you.
Okay, Holly.
And it's going to be interesting to watch this defense, man, because obviously when you're trailing, and offenses can sometimes get conservative. That's 2 runs back-to-back. Do they get more aggressive and try to bring more guys near the line of scrimmage, not let them waste time, and try to get their offense the football back?
The short hands, it's Davis. They drop him at the 47-yard line, but he'll have plenty to move the sticks.
You know, and that's why this guy can play first, second, and third down. You've already seen him earlier in the drive rip off some nice runs, but he can catch the football as well. And they're going to find ways to get him going in all sorts of ways, but you're seeing it specifically on this drive.
Pick up of 5 is now 2nd and 5.
All right, they showed this in the first half, right? Loaded up, ran the football, had some success. What do they do in the second half? Come back now, pull some guys, go the other direction, have success. Great job by the coaching staff.
Off the play fake. Grabbed in the backfield. It's Davis. Makes the grab, and it's enough for the first down before he's dragged to the ground. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Looking for a man. It's Hayes. Pulls it in. It's Singleton. And he earns a first down, and boy, did he earn it after taking that lick.
And that's a nice job by this offense. They got to find a way to continue to string good plays together. They've had a few, but they haven't put 3, 4, 5, 6 together, putting a drive like this together. Now, let's go pay this thing off and punch it in the end zone.
He'll get that one all the way down to the 4-yard line before he stops.
That's a big key for this offense. Now, you've got the lead here in the second half. You want to run the football, and you got to just keep getting positive yards. You got to keep the third downs manageable so you can stay on the field, bleed the clock. That's going to be the key for this offense and their team winning the game.
Keeping it on the ground on 1st and goal. Nothing doing, and he was lucky to get back to the line of scrimmage at 2nd and goal. Defense going all in to stop the run. Corners showing press. They want to be physical here. That's looking for the goal line. Touchdown, Tulsa. Into the end zone for 6. The offense flexes its muscle a bit and widens the gap.
Take a little exit. You know, you did your job. You got points. Now you put your defense in a position where, hey, go out and get another stop. We're in great shape. So the offense definitely taking care of their business.
Here he comes from inside his own 5. He goes out of bounds on that return right at the 20-yard line. Army sends its offense onto the field to start the drive. So this second half didn't exactly start the way they had hoped on defense, and now the offense will try to answer with a score of its own. Just a little off. Incomplete.
I don't know about the decision that time by the quarterback. He may have been expecting man coverage, but that time the defense was in zone, and they did a really nice job closing the window. The intended target was not open, and that's why that one fell incomplete.
And this offense just can't afford not to get the first down here. Already trailing big, and the clock is not their friend. And a missed opportunity on 3rd down as the defense knocks it free, and 4th down is coming up.
And you got to expect this offense to go for it again here on 4th down, right? Obviously trailing, we're in the second half, but we saw them try to go for it on 4th down early. Didn't have any success. They've got to dial up a better play here.
Now a fair catch is called for and made just shy of midfield. The Golden Hurricane offense comes back onto the field. They reeled off a long touchdown drive the last time they had it. Much better field position this time around. And he just flat missed him. Sometimes you see a guy, he's open, and you try to baby it too much, and it was a bad throw. So now it's 2nd and long. Defense going to jam these receivers right off the line. Back to pass, it's Hayes. Bought a little time, lets him go. That's caught, it's well. Gets it all the way down to the 39-yard line. It'll be a first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Pulls and fires it complete to the right. And he'll make his way out of bounds after the solid pickup. You can work your way down the field with these wide receiver screens, but also look for the opportunity to turn them into chunk plays later.
No doubt, you throw it quickly. You get it to him now. DB comes up, has to make a tackle. Now you fake it maybe a little bit later on. So these plays, they're not huge plays all the time, but they can set up big plays down the road for your offense.
Tulsa seems to have the whole playbook working. Motion from the wideout. Wants to throw on first down off the play fake. They'll get him stopped just short of the end zone, but they're in business here with a first down.
The defense has got to be able to make a play at some point here in the second half. You're down 2 possessions. You need to steal a possession badly. You need to have a takeaway. The coverage is going to have to be way tighter than on that last throw. Otherwise, this offense is just going to go up and down the field.
And there's so much for a quarterback to think about. Stick it out in the belly. Do I pull it? Now when I pull it, I got to get my feet set, make an accurate throw to the right guy. So a lot of things going on, and I think that you saw that led to a little bit of inaccuracy.
Trying to barge in. And he takes it in for a score. Touchdown, Golden Hurricane. They are seizing control and taking away hope as they push out the lead in this Week 8 showdown. Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. Follow the block. The offensive line will take you to the hallelujah land.
And I tell you what, most of the time, Reese, it requires a little bit of skill to find that hole and slither through a little crack. That was not a crack. That was wide open. Didn't take a lot of vision because the blocking was outstanding.
He's able to sneak his way across the 20 and steps out at the 21. They'd love to put a long drive together here as they start from their own 21. Rides to back and leaves it. At the 35, he's open. There he goes. A massive pickup on that one, and they're in business at the 21. The defense uses a timeout. That's their first. And that will leave them with just 2 timeouts to use the rest of the way. That last big play has them in business just outside the red zone. It's 1st and 10. Trying play action. He was open, he had it, and he dropped it. Would have been a touchdown. Instead, it's 2nd down. Plenty of distance between them and the sticks here on 2nd down. They'll power it inside with the fullback.
It's a veteran defense. They've seen option before. They were prepared to see it in this game, and you're seeing it on that play right there. Everybody doing a great job at assignment football, staying in their gaps, accounting for anyone who can have the football. They were ready for the pitch guy that time. They're able to make a quick stop.
Facing this double-digit deficit here in the second half, almost a no-brainer to go for it on 4th down. He'll try to throw and pick up the 1st down. Picked off inside the 20, and they snuff out the threat. Got some room to run. And after making the interception, he takes it inside the 40. About the only good thing that happened for the offense on that play, at least it wasn't a pick 6. What a return.
Yeah, that didn't look good for the offense. You know all those big fellas, those O-linemen, they're not going to be able to go make the play. So as the DB getting the interception, you know if you can break that play and you can get past that level, it might be to the house. It might be to the crib. Lucky that wasn't a pick 6 if you're on offense.
Makes a grab and room to run. He gets it all the way down to the 5-yard line. A terrific catch and run before he stopped.
And that shows up in the stat column as an explosive play for this quarterback, but it was a very simple RPO. Get the ball out, and then guess what? My dudes are better than your dudes. And getting it to him on the perimeter, letting him make...
And he surges across the line. Touchdown, Tulsa.
possession here in this third quarter to cut into the lead. What do? They turn the football over, short side of the field. Their defense doesn't hold, and this game is getting out of hand.
He'll bring it back from inside his 5. They get him on the ground, and that'll be the final play of this third period. This game all but decided. Let's take a minute here as we get later in the season to look at the Heisman Trophy race. As we enter the fourth quarter, let's see if anything memorable can come from this one. They go back to work with the first down in the final period of this one.
Ready, go!
Give to the big fullback. They didn't get a push at all on that one. It'll be no gain on the play. And the Black Knights are in the hurry-up.
Yeah, and this offense, man, they just continue to struggle. And just, they need to find something that they do really, really well. And running the football late in the fourth quarter when you're getting beat by a good bit, that's probably not it. This offense needs to hit the gas, and they need to pitch and catch a little bit, throw the football around.
Now the defense will try to keep them on this end on third and short from the 21. On the option. Makes a stop in the backfield. He'll lose 4.
Well, that last play is basically a microcosm of what today has been like for this offense. Just nothing happening. Not physical enough at the point of attack. They're being swarmed. They haven't had the balance necessary to win this game, and that's why they find themselves trailing late.
Fields the punt, looking for Dale. Breaks a tackle, and he's got room. He's brought down, but a really solid effort to pick up every bit of yardage he could on the punt return.
Great, lock in.
Corners right up on that line of scrimmage. DBs will try to keep everything in front. Delayed handoff. It's McKinney. They'll give him 4 on the pickup. It's 2nd and 6.
And I know you can play these late-game situations differently, but I love when you just stay physical. You run the football, you preserve the lead, you got great field position, you're in a great position to salt this clock away and get a W.
Nowhere close on that one as he got drilled trying to deliver the football, and now they face third down.
Yo, shit.
Trying to pick up a first down.
Back 18, back 18.
I'm getting killed right
They'll
now. It
move
was
the
a
wide
close
receiver.
game.
Play action with Williams.
Oh,
Wide
no.
open downfield. Touchdown, Golden Hurricane. He got a step and just dusted the field. They put another score on the board as they try to push this winning streak to 3.
And this always is the
It's
debate of
tough.
where you fall. It's your job to stop me or
I had a
actually get
touchdown,
conservative. This
and my
offense
wide
obviously
receiver just
has had
fumbled.
themselves a day, and
After
apparently
he broke
their
a
day's not
tackle.
over. They're going to continue to keep scoring, and the defense better do something about it.
On the move from
Yeah.
inside his 5. Tackled and brought
just
down at the
fumbled.
16-yard line after the return. Army has it back in the offense ready to go. So this offense has done nothing. No points on the
After
board.
breaking
Right now it's
2
just about
tackles.
trying to save face.
Ready, go!
The give to the fullback.
They just haven't been able to get much going in this game. The defense has definitely had.
I need to work on my
And here they are late. You're asking
RPO.
yourself, why are they still running the football, trailing this much late in the game? But that's basically a microcosm of how this game has gone.
The Black Knights trying to find their way forward after the big loss on the last play.
Ready? Let's go!
From the gun, the ground game. Good surge up front. Give him 4 out to the 18.
You know, with defense, it's this pick or poison game, right? Like, I got to play a little bit soft and make them run the football, but when I do that, I give the running back space, and right there you could tell he takes advantage of it.
Now facing a 3rd and long. On the option. And
I
he
do.
swallowed up immediately, stopped right at the line of scrimmage. And the Black Knights will try to pin them back with the punt.
You're going to be
That leg
Miami?
is staying loose already, the 5th kick of the night. Fields the punt and tries to find an opening.
Oh, I'm a
That's a
3-star.
perfect example of not settling for a fair catch. Pick up whatever yardage you can and help out the offense. Here comes the Golden Hurricane offense ready to get this drive underway. So your defense has done yeoman's work. The idea, don't make any mistakes here. Take care of the ball and preserve this shutout. The corners are walked up tight. Motion
Yeah,
from
I'm
the
fine
wide
with that,
receiver.
though.
They'll run it, trying to drain time off the clock. And just wedges it ahead a bit before he's brought down.
I lost 35.
And here's the mindset if you're on offense.
against
Fourth
Tulsa.
quarter, you've got a huge lead. Obviously, you're going to run the football, but just be aware of the
Not
clock.
bad.
You don't want to snap it too quickly. You're probably just doing safe runs inside the tackles like you saw right there. You just got to execute. You got to be aware, but you've got this game in hand so long as you don't turn it over.
And how about the work up front by that big defensive line?
Stopping the run is very high on every defensive coordinator's list. Making the team one-dimensional. Nice job stuffing the run on that play right there.
They'll try the counter. He was fighting his way toward those sticks, but they'll stop him a couple of yards short.
Yeah.
The defense uses
I
a
mean, I was
timeout.
close
That's
to
their
beating.
first.
I was close to
And
beating
now
this team up
everybody
until
chiming
like
in to figure out how to play this
the
fourth
mid
down.
third quarter.
Tulsa will be forced to send out the punt team. This will be the second time they've had to kick it away.
Maybe it was 14-0. I'm not sure. I think it was 7-0.
They call it a coffin corner kick for a
14-0,
reason, and
but-
you really can't do it any better than
my
that. He
God.
puts that thing out of bounds right around the goal line. Their own end zone nipping at their heels as they start this drive from their own 2. Quarterback making adjustments.
Yes, sir.
From his end zone, needs to be careful here. Intercepted, a turnover in their own territory.
That was
He
terrible.
goes down after the short return, but what a play to get the football back.
And that's kind of what this offense has done all day. They have struggled. They haven't gotten the rhythm. They haven't
They're
found a
going for
way
another
to get
touchdown.
points on the scoreboard. And late in this game, when your defense and your team really needed it the most, that's on the eye.
And it's a microcosm, too, of just how dominant the defense has been. They've always been a step ahead. They've been the more physical side, and they've been making plays on the back end. That interception should seal this thing.
Pulls it on the option. And they're going to put another one into the end zone as they just keep piling points on the scoreboard.
And you knew this one was over already, but how about an exclamation point to go with it? Another score for this offense. They've had themselves a great day, and the stats just continue to pile up.
And the extra point splits the uprights. And he takes this from inside the 5. And the coverage team gets the returner on the ground. The Black Knights offense will go to work. Well, this has pretty much been an evisceration, an old-fashioned stomping, Jesse.
Yeah, and listen, this is one of those games where you're not necessarily throwing the playbook in the trash after this one, but I do think this coaching staff, David, really has to be honest with themselves and rethink what schemes are working and not working and which guys maybe need to get more touches in this.
Just steamrolling the defense. That will be the final play as they make the stop, and the clock has expired here.
I mean, I don't know if I'm going to win any of these
Well,
games.
some
It's
might
really
think this head
hard.
coach has a tough locker room speech after this one. I would suggest that he starts with, "That's just bad."
Bad, or as Reese Davis would say, ungood. Just very ungood performance. Flush this one down the toilet. Move on.
think I should
It's not
move
your
on?
best day. You lost in ugly fashion, to be honest, but better days ahead.
All the
And I think a
Miami
lot of this
players.
has to come on the shoulders of the players. They need to be able to realize they just didn't do enough. So they've got to turn the page. They've got to go back to work, have a great week of practice, and
like,
put out a better effort next week.
I like
That's going to do
the
it for
Florida
us
State
as the
playbook. I was
season
using it the
marches
other
on.
day.
For David Powell, Jesse Palmer, and Hollywood, I'm Reese Davis. This has been a presentation of EA Sports College Football.
It was 7-0 at halftime. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna use the bathroom real quick. Lou, skip to my Lou. So what I do think will be good is once I get rid of my number 2 wide receiver, like my number 1 wide receiver catches a lot of balls. Yeah, he catches balls. But my number 2 wide receiver dropping them all the time. But Miami's ready. Nice. which I have 2 gritty possession wide receivers that I'm gonna draft. Dirty South mind blowing, Dirty South. Brr. Catfish fried up, Dirty South. Yeah, but yeah. Yeah, so I'm gonna be drafting 2 wide receivers that are gritty possession. That's why I'm so happy. That are gritty possession. Oh, that are gritty possessions. I'm not even in this guy's 10th top school. I'm locked out. Okay. Okay. Skip, you know what I like so much about this game is that I can just exit out of one dynasty and just go right into another dynasty. Little dinkage done it. And who is Frijoles gonna be? Mr. Black? USC. Oh. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh. What happened? Yeah. Yeah, I think about calling him. It's just I don't know. I don't know if he wants me to call him. I don't know. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's just no. He hasn't said anything to me or anything. It's just he. You know, I realize that he has never really called me. You know, and like when I call him, he's like, "Yeah, I was thinking about you," and I'm like, "Yeah." So I what? I know. Yeah, I was like, I know. I know you're being serious too. It's like I know. I know. I know, dude. I know. I just don't want to. Let me just mute my stream real quick. No, not yet. I'm doing my recruiting. Taking care of business all day. Taking care of business. I have one more. I have one more thing to do. I have to do a prospect. That's my fullback. That's my fullback. Oh, 4-star. Terrence Root.
Now it's time to choose your team. Each school has a unique set of athletic director expectations, which are goals that you'll need to accomplish as a coach. Now it's time to choose your role on the coaching. Here, you can create your own coach, or now you need to choose your coach's archetype. As a motivator, you'll be focused on developing and inspiring your players. Recruiters excel in finding and bringing in new talent to their programs. Tacticians maximize your team's chances of success on game day with their understanding of the X's and O's. Make sure you review your athletic director expectations often. They are the key to the success of your program, as completing some expectations will give you dynasty points that you can use to shape your dynasty blueprint. Your expectations will change annually and get more difficult as your program gets better. Do your best to meet them. Failing to do so could impact your job security and land.
gotta sign this guy. Hold on, everybody. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Oh yeah, I'm here. I'm picking my draftees, my recruits. I'm just wondering if you're going to be going for the same kids or the same recruits. Skip, you there? Skip? Yes, sir. Skip. Okay. All good. Yeah. I was saying, I just wonder if we're going to be trying to scout the same people. I know, yeah, I know, yeah. Yeah. Oh, but Drew's not in here. Is he in yet? Gotta play Notre Dame. Oh, we can play our first game. Oh, Navy. Oh, you're playing Notre Dame? Oh my god. Yeah, the members. Oh, he accepted. He did, yeah. I don't think so. I I I, I don't know if he hit the check mark. Yeah. It's telling me that I don't need people to draft. Skip, is that's normal, right? I guess. Yeah, because it's saying like 0 out of 0 for defensive end, 0 out of 0 for center. So yeah, it's just telling me I don't need them. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure. Squid Pro Grow. What ranking is Frijole's team? Okay. Yeah. I'll be right back. Gotta use the bathroom. right, Skip. I'm back. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, I'm about to play Memphis. They look pretty good. Probably not as good as Notre Dame, though. Oh, Memphis is really good. Memphis Tigers. Okay.
Welcome to Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium in Memphis, Tennessee. We're headed toward the backstretch of the season, week 9, and we couldn't be more fired up about this clash here on EA Sports College Football. It's the Army Black Knights and the Memphis Tigers. Along with David Pollack and Jesse Palmer, I'm Reese Davis. Holly Rowe, some interesting storylines setting up in this one.
Guys, the Black Knights head coach told me before the game. One of the things Coach talked to me about before the game was just how important it is to get back on track. This team is on a losing streak here, but they know they are better than what their record shows. He said if we can get out to an early start, set the tone, we are going to be just fine. He's challenged his team to focus better and communicate early in this ballgame. I'll let you know how it looks from down here on the field. Back to you.
Thank you, Holly. Really looking forward to this matchup. And he takes this from inside the 5. He'll be brought down at the 22-yard line. Good coverage on that one. His return is stopped short of the 25. So Memphis offense onto the field for the first possession of the game. And we've said many times a tight end is the quarterback's best friend. But the last time these two played together, you could make the argument it was even more than family. It was like that thing, there is a friend who sticks closer than a brother, David.
It was really impressive. I mean, they put up big numbers. It seemed to work every time he looked to the big fella. He delivered. So, elite 1-2 punch. Jesse, how do you slow that guy down?
I mean, you just got to pick your matchup poison, honestly. You can put a safety against him and try to take advantage of the speed, but he's not going to be big enough to match up physically. If you go linebacker, they're not fast enough. So mixing and matching the looks, I think, is the best chance this defense has.
Pretty good job of running to get 2 there to the 32. Corner's right up on that line of scrimmage. Keeps it himself. But nowhere to go. Stop right at the line of scrimmage.
I just love it when my quarterback knows situational football. They run the option. He understands. It's 4th and short. Like, I got to stick my nose in there, get north-south, and try to get that first down. I love when I have a quarterback that can do that.
Pocket breaking down. Firing to the right, complete. He's brought down quickly. Minimal gain there. Still a bit short of the first down. On the option. Stopped at the 44 after a 5-yard gain. Memphis wants to move quickly.
You can skin the cat a lot of different ways. You're just trying to get enough yards to pick up that first down. It's not the dive man. It's not the quarterback. He makes the right read, pitches it out, and he's just able to get enough to keep these sticks moving.
Makes the grab almost to the first down marker, but a good pickup on that one. Back to pass. It's Nolan. Gets rid of it. That's caught. It's coming. Across the 25. He's got room. And this offense is feeling it as they rip off a big chunk of yardage, and they've got it on the 22.
And that's why, for the offensive coordinator, you've got to find as many ways as possible to get this guy going. Just get him the ball close to the line of scrimmage. Doesn't need to be a throw deep down the field. He's so dynamic when he has the ball in his hands. You saw it right there.
It'll be second down, and remember, they can pick up a first without scoring. They'll run it in the red zone. It's Hayden. There's some room. They'll wrestle him down at the 4-yard line after that run. After that run, picked up the first down, but there is an injured player on the field. That is their freshman, an offensive lineman, and boy, they hope this isn't too serious. Holly Rowe will keep an eye on that. And the Tigers have it with a 1st and goal. They'll try to get it in with the run. And he surges across the line. Touchdown, Memphis!
The offense goes as he goes, so really no surprise in the opening drive. They keep feeding him the football. He showed you all of his ability on that TD.
And the extra point is good, and it's 7-0. He wisely lets that one bounce through the back of the end zone, and they'll take over at the 25. So Army's offense, who will go to work for the first time in this one. And here comes Cale Helms. Tough day in that last loss, threw a couple of interceptions and did not throw a touchdown pass. Gets the back moving. They'll run the option. The keeper on the option. They'll knock him down for a loss of a couple.
Phenomenal job by the defense that time, shutting down the option play. They knew they were going to see this in this game, and all week long in practice, they really focused on this assignment football, making sure the dive, the quarterback, the pitch, all taken away. Nowhere to go with the football that time offensively. The defense coming up with a huge negative play.
To the air on 2nd down. Grabbed in the backfield. It's Howard. They make the stop, trying to pick up just a little bit at a time to get to that 1st down mark.
Again, this is a running back that can hurt you running it between the tackles, and he's dangerous out in space. They like to throw it to him out on the perimeter as he picks up a couple of yards there.
Throwing right. Intercepted. He's knocked down, but what a play to come up with the interception. And after the pick, there is an injured player who's still on the field. Training staff is out there tending to the injured player. We will step aside. The Memphis Tigers offense ready to set up shop. Already a solid start to this one. Now back to work with this 7-0 lead. Got a man. It's Chapman. Could not make his way to the corner. Memphis picking up the tempo. The run inside. It's Hayden. Might have a chance. All the way down to the 25-yard line. They move the sticks. It's 1st down.
Defense gives up the pretty big run. They get the 1st down, and listen, you got to reload quick now because this offense, they got their foot on the accelerator.
Pushes ahead for 1. It's 2nd and 9. Didn't get much on 1st down. It's 2nd and 9.
And after that run, getting right back up to the line of scrimmage to go hurry up, defense has to be ready.
And the defense is there. He got away for a second, but not for long as they knock him down for a loss.
And that's not a good sign for this offense. You gave up 4 sacks a week ago. Now you're already getting your quarterback hit. They've got to protect their dude. They got to give him more time so he can make plays down the field. Protection is the biggest issue for this offense.
Under fire. That pass is well off target. He got hit as he was trying to throw, and they can't convert on 3rd down. Now on 4th down, they'll settle for a field goal try. This one will be a 45-yard attempt, and he'll kick it from the left side. He splits the uprights. And that will extend their lead even further.
And you want a touchdown and you want to be aggressive, but man, right down the middle, that obviously gives me some confidence down the road that I can trust this guy.
Didn't find any crease in that kickoff coverage, and he'll be stopped at the 17. The Black Knights offense will go to work. They've spotted them a 10-0 start. Now to see if they can answer on this drive. First snap of this drive will come from their own 17. They'll run play action. Now moving to his right, looking for anyone that's open. Pulls it in. They stay aggressive and push their way out to the 33, and it's first down. And after that play, there is a Tiger who has yet to get up. With the first down, they'll put it in play from the 33. Goes to the option. The option, he'll keep it. And after the tackle, that will bring us to the end of the first quarter. We've reached the break, and Memphis is holding on to the lead. Man, that was an impressive and dominant first quarter. Let's take a look at the stats before we move on. Now the challenge here, they've taken a punch, but they can't let it get out of hand as we start the second. First play of the period will be a second down. Back to pass. Under pressure, and down he goes at the 33. They've got to come up with a big play on this third and long. From the gun, wants to pass. And the defense gets loose, bringing the heat, and down he goes again. And the Black Knights decide to punt it away. First one is away, and boy, did he put in work in that loss last week, kicking it 5 times. The ball pops out on the return, and he gets back on top of it and a first disaster.
All right, let's go return, guys. You've got to do a better job with ball security. You know these coverage unit teams, they got 50-yard runs at you. They're coming in with a big head of steam. If you're not making a miss, you've got to have 2 hands on the ball.
Off the play fake on first down. Caught over the middle. It's Brown. Big play for this offense, and they get it to the 32. Memphis wants to move quickly. He'll keep it himself. Makes a man miss. And he runs through one tackle and picks up a few. The Tigers with myriad options after that big pickup on first down.
And you're seeing his dynamic ability to run the football that time on the option play. I know he doesn't pick up the first down, but that's still a good chunk of yardage, and the defense
Makes the grab in their space. They'll spot the ball at the 12 after that completion. Memphis coming to the line with a fresh set of downs. From the red zone, it's Hayden. He's brought down at the 7-yard line, and they are threatening to take it in. Going to work in the red zone, they can't pick up the first down without getting it into the end zone. Looking downfield, it's Nolan. He'll be brought down at the 5-yard line, and this defense is on its heels.
Welcome to the frustrating reality of college football. Like, the guy at the quarterback spot, he can just do that. Pull it down, get positive yards, makes the defense have to account for him every single play.
Boy, they'd love to pick up this conversion and go to work with a first and goal. Bully ball on third and short. He is stopped well short of the first down, but they are still in field goal range, assuming they send the kicker out there.
My wide receiver
And
was
for
wide
the second
open,
time tonight, they'll trot out the
threw it
field
right
goal
over his
kicker.
head. I think I need to practice on passing.
Right down the boulevard. It's good. And now the lead is extended a little further. No reason to risk trying to field that one as it skips through the end zone. It'll be a touchback. They've got a little time here to put together a productive drive late in the half. From the shotgun, the inside give. Turning it on. He'll step out of bounds right at the 35-yard line, and maybe they've got something cooking. They'll snap it on first down from the 35. They'll give it to him again. And he got 5 yards on the play, 2nd and 5 coming. Let's look at the big picture for Army. For programs at this level, they are regularly fighting. Big school for diamonds in the rough, but it looks as if they won this battle with a commitment from a 3-star receiver, Jesse.
He just thought he had better opportunities on and off the field here at this program. He's going to get a lot of chances to make plays early. With his talent, expect him to start right away, and if I'm the offensive coordinator, I'm going to be trying to find ways to get this 3-star the ball.
That'll be enough to move the chains, and it'll also take us to the 2-minute timeout. They've picked up a couple of first downs to start this drive, and now 1st and 10 from the 47. Running inside, it's Howard. Defense right there to stop him in his tracks, and they get nothing on that play. They're dealing with a 2nd and long. Motion from the back. Just going to keep it after the snap. And they're able to shove him to the turf as they stop him for a short gain.
I still don't understand the argument.
3rd and long. The snap sets up the throw. Stepping to the right. And that's incomplete. A defender all over him. Knocked the ball to the ground. 4th down coming up.
I don't understand
One thing this defense
play.
always talks about is getting off the field. Last drive, they forced the punt. Here on 3rd down, what a great job flying to the football, getting a hit, forcing an incompletion. They may be jogging off here soon again.
I'm trying.
The Tigers send out the offense to go to work. They had to settle for the chip shot field goal last time, Jesse. They'd love for this one to pay off bigger.
Yeah, it just comes down to execution, too. Did a nice job out in the field.
I don't know if I'm
stalled
not
a
doing
little
it
bit
fast
once they got
enough,
down to the goal line, so they just need to be a little bit more crisp here, Dave.
Yeah, and listen, I think the first part was the most important part. You got to put the drive together first to get down there. Now, when we get down there, focus on execution and getting 6 points.
Memphis picking up the tempo.
I know one of the things this offense takes a lot of pride in the passing game is they feel like they can attack every area of the field. They have success when they throw it outside, but they're really good throwing in the middle of the field, too. Quarterback has confidence. There's really good timing in this passing game, and you saw it right there between the QB and his intended target, getting that big catch.
Memphis calling for a timeout, their 1st of 3. They'll have 2 left to work with before the half. To the air, it's Nolan. Got it in the middle, it's Johnson. They make the stop, and he'll have enough yardage for a 1st down. Here comes the hurry up.
And the offense showing off the short passing game, moving the sticks. Nice job, and look at them. They're right on the football, ready to capitalize on this momentum.
Spins away. Really good surge for this offense. They move the chains, and he's got it at the 34. Memphis getting set to snap it on 1st and 10.
And as soon as the receiver caught the ball, you saw the quarterback start communicating to his teammates what the next play was going to be because they're now changing the tempo and going fast.
Can't find his man as he took a shot trying to deliver that football, and it'll be 2nd down. Couldn't make the connection last time. Let's see if they throw it again. That's caught. It's Brown. And he's brought down after a nice gain. Now Memphis will use its 2nd timeout. And they'll still have 1 in their pocket for what's left in this 1st half. From the red zone, looking for a receiver. Got it behind the line. It's Johnson. They've got a solid drive working, but now looking at 2nd and 11. Looking to fire. Finds his big tight end. The tackle is made, but he's got it 1st and 4 from the 6. The Tigers, after moving the sticks through the air, come to the line. The secondary walks up on the line, showing press coverage. looking to the end zone.
Oh.
Right on the money, and he makes the grab in the end zone. They've extended the lead and taken control here in Week 9.
Well, this offense is clicking. They've been doing it all
21-0
first half. Running the
here.
ball, throwing the ball. They had insult to injury with another touchdown here right before teams go into the tunnel. This defense, guys, they have got to find some answers, and they've got to regroup here at halftime.
Here he comes from inside his own 5. Not a lot of space to be found. Good hustle by the coverage team, and they stop him at the 21. Just enough time for one final play in this half. The option look. He'll be knocked down behind the line of scrimmage. Not sure that's going to matter except to his statistics as we are seconds away from halftime. We've played 2 quarters here and reached halftime, and we will now check in with Kevin Connors in the studio.
Men, Week 9, go time. So let's get down to business with a notable update from the world of college football. We begin with a look in on Iowa State, taking on the number 14 team, the Oklahoma State Cowboys. And it's the Cyclones coming away with a blowout victory in what looks like a major upset. Expect major changes in the polls this week. And that makes it 2 victories on the season. They're nowhere near their preseason goal, of course. So how they handle things from here will define this program. Here now, some other games you may have interest in, and social media has some sharp opinions about the state of things right now. Now back to your game inside Liberty Stadium. It's hardly a secret what this team wants to do. They want to feed the beast, let him run it, and control the line of scrimmage. Ground and pound, and continue to add to this lead in the second half.
Memphis about to boot it away to start the second half. He'll bring it back from inside his 5.
I know, they really
They'll
do.
corral him and get him down
And
at
they
the
overthrow
17-yard
him.
line on the return. What do you got on the sideline, Holly?
Checking in with the Army head coach coming out of the locker room. They have got to start dominating at the line of scrimmage. Here to start the third quarter, they have not been able to establish their run game. Being a one-dimensional team will not work on the road with this hostile crowd and this hostile environment. He said, we have got to start asserting ourselves up front and show that we can be the more physical team. I'll keep you posted on if they're able to do that here to start the third. Back to you.
Holly, thank you. And this offense just has to find a way to convert this third down, or else they are really in trouble. On target. He'll be dragged down right at the 19-yard line. It'll bring up 4th down. The Black Knights will punt it away on 4th down. Makes a move. There he goes. Open. Very little will make a crowd hold its breath like a punt return, and he brought them to their feet on that one. Tigers sending out their offense ready to get this drive started. Last time they had it, just an aerial assault. Precision execution, moved right down the field and put it in the end zone. Hard running there. All the way down to the 25-yard line. They move the sticks. It's 1st down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs.
Here we go.
He's got it on the line. Brought down at the 10-yard line, and a nifty pickup after the grab on that one.
This offense has put a pretty good drive together, man. Like showing a little bit of balance, back-to-back plays, creating some chunks of yards, and now really set up in a position to do well. 1st and goal, and the defense, their heads spinning a little bit because mixing the run and pass really well on this drive.
Defense just a little too eager, and that's 5 yards for the Oak. Memphis heads to the line with a 1st and goal. Keeping it on the ground inside. It's Hayden. Touchdown, Tigers. And the stomping has commenced.
And the offense continues to run the football. The 2nd rushing touchdown from the running back. The offensive line paving holes. Continue to feed this man the ball.
And with the extra point, they push the lead out a little further. Quick strike offense on that 3-play scoring drive. And they punctuated it with a 5-yard touchdown run. And as the ball makes its way into the end zone, it'll be a touchback. They'll bring it out to the 25. The Cadets have it back as Army goes back on offense. This offense has been stagnant so far. 1-2-3 kick the last time they had the ball, and this time really needing to get a score. The give to the left. Defense in the right spot. They stop him after a gain of 2 to the 28.
Man, it's really hard to control the running game if you don't control the line of scrimmage. And how about the defensive line doing a great job attacking those guys up front, not open up lanes to run through. Nice job just nullifying that run altogether.
Intercepted. Big play stops the drive. Trying to take it back. A really good return after the interception puts them in business at the 29.
And this guy's showing off his hands again, understanding where the football's going.
Yeah. 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 Yeah, I am. Yeah, I'm getting wrecked.
Breaks on the football so quick, and guess what? He makes plays when he breaks on it. That's 2 interceptions here through 3 quarters of a football game.
Dropped after a pickup of 3 down to the 26. Try to make up for some of that lost ground on second down. Looking for a man. It's Nolan. Rushes on him. Got him for the sack. This defense turning up the intensity.
Well, quarterback went down behind center pretty quick that time, and it makes you wonder as a play caller, against this pass rush, do you start thinking about maybe rolling your quarterback out and changing the launch point?
All right.
And guys, they really need to make something happen on this 3rd and long. Looking downfield, and he needs a bunch. Trying to set up the screen.
Yeah, and you're going to see this offense find different ways to get this running back involved. It's not just going to be on handoffs, and they're certainly going to line him up in different places and even throw him the football. But the screen game's a big part of it, too. They're trying to get him going now.
Smashes it between the uprights. Well, that's just piling on. Not the penalty kind, just the mean kind.
Well, it's a good news, bad news scenario. You got the pick, and you would have liked to have paid that off with a touchdown, but because the drive stalls out, they're still happy to get the field goal.
Army sends its offense onto the field to start the drive. He threw a pick the last time they had it. Now they have to take care of the football.
Great. So let's all over.
They'll start this drive going to the air. Just a short pass to the tight end. And a good job in coverage there as they stop it after just a few. And the Black Knights moving quickly to the line.
And nice job by the defense staying glued to him. Getting him on the ground as soon as he catches the football. Knowing he's a threat. I'm not going to let this guy get out of my sights. Nice job by the D.
Well, that's just a great play by the defender and great timing. It was the hit that forced that incompletion.
Ball's at the 29. Defense can taste getting off the field. It's 3rd and long.
Down, ready. Jet. Go.
From the gun, wants to pass. He'll pull it down and run. Quarterback gets enough. He's got enough to move the chains, and they'll spot it at the 47.
You got to be impressed with the quarterback on that last play because he's already been sacked a ton of times in this game. He knows he does not have a lot of time to survey the field, get through his progression. So as soon as he feels a lane to take off and run, he's going to take it. A really nice job that time, showing off the athleticism and picking up the first.
There he goes. They finally corral him, but he turns that into a big gain and a first down. The Black Knights have this offense rolling. They'll give it to the back. Stop is made almost immediately. Give him 1 to the 23.
And what's the closest guy to the football, man? It's those defensive tackles, and those guards and centers have to work together. They got to get those guys and get some movement. They don't on this play, and the big fella eats. Nowhere to go. When you run into him, you usually meet the ground.
You know, it's a good decision by the QB because his intended target wasn't open, so throw it out of bounds, and you can live to play another day here on this drive.
On 3rd and long, he's going to have to throw for it. Oh, they really could have used that pass there. Physical pass defense. It brings up a 4th down. They'll try to salvage a field goal on this drive. He needs to make sure those mechanics are pure from the right hash and 40 yards away. Right down the boulevard, it's good.
And listen, y'all know in the booth and everywhere how I feel about kickers. Don't always love leaving it on their foot, so to speak, but nice job executing. He keeps doing stuff like that. I'll keep trotting him out there.
On the move from inside his 5. He'll be stopped just short of the 25-yard line. They'll mark it at the 24, and good work by the coverage unit. They'll snap the ball. First play of the drive coming from their own 24. The run inside. It's Hayden. Picks up a useful 5-yard chunk out to the 30-yard line.
You love to see this on offense. Early in drives, getting that kind of yardage keeps you ahead of the chains.
And the Tigers in a good spot here with 2nd and short. The play action fake. Unloads to the wideout. Complete to the right. Just gashing this defense. A big gainer to the 40-yard line. After the completion, we see there is a man down, and the clock will stop to check on him. And it's their freshman defensive back who's down on the play, and Holly Rowe will keep us up to date on his condition. One big play, and you go from a little backed up to threatening. It's 1st and 10 from the 40. Stop behind the line. He'll lose a yard.
Maybe that stop shows this defense is tightening up, especially in the run game. The offense, frankly, they've been able to do whatever they want to do. They're just handing the ball off. This guy's having success left and right. No, sir. No moss. Get it together.
Dropping back, it's Nolan. Makes the grab. And they pick up just a few on that completion. Third and 9. That's the end of the quarter, and Memphis has the lead. And as we switch ends of the field, let's take a quick look at the national rankings. One more period to go, and we'll see just how much fight they've got left in them. After swapping ends of the field, they gave them a little time to figure out how they'll open the final period here on 3rd down. He's got his man, makes the grab. Just making a play, getting it to the 23-yard line. It'll be 1st down. The Tigers come to the line with a fresh set of downs thanks to that last connection in the passing game. Running inside, it's Hayden. They're there to stop him at the 21 after a pickup of 2.
And here's the mindset if you're on offense. 4th quarter, you've got a huge lead. Obviously, you're going to run the football, but just be aware of the clock. You don't want to snap it too quickly. Probably just doing safe runs inside the tackles like you saw right there. You just got to execute. You got to be aware, but you've got this game in hand so long as you don't turn it over.
They've got it right on the edge of the red zone, but they face a 3rd and long. Quick pass to the left, trying to get it to the mark. And that'll not only be a first down, it'll be 1st and goal from the 7. Following the completion, we get a stoppage to check out the injured player. A one-sided game like this one and you suffer an injury, that is not ideal. On 1st and goal, let's see if Memphis can get it in the end zone. DB's right up on the receivers. They'll run it on 1st and goal. Stopped in the backfield. He's going to lose 3 yards on the play. And after that run, there is a player still down on the field. Defense rose up deep in its own end on that last play. Now a 2nd and long coming. Looks as if the defense was a little too eager there, got into the neutral zone, and that'll be a 5-yard penalty. The offense needed something, just anything, to give them just a little breathing room, and the defense provided it with that penalty. And he takes it in for a score. Touchdown, Tigers. That score will give them a little more room to operate here in the 4th quarter as they go for their 6th straight win.
Man, this has been a complete performance. The defense has been lights out, and the offense, obviously, just continues to pour it on. This is what you call having a great day. Putting it all together off.
Can't hang on, he muffs it. They got him for a safety, and there's a fine line between being aggressive and reckless, and he just ran right across it when he ran back into his own end zone. Hauls it in, looking for space. Memphis has the ball back and the offense ready to go to work. That last drive, an absolute aerial assault for the touchdown, Jesse.
It was a nice job.
Breaks into the open. Oh, he got loose. And how about that? What the doctor always ordered, an explosive play to the 40.
And I think as a running back, if you're this guy, you're licking your chops right now. This is what you want, right? You've got a big lead in the 4th quarter, and you're smiling because you know you are going to get the rock. They're going to force-feed you the football to try and ice this game. He's paying him off right now. That's a really nice run.
And a good job of coverage by that defense. Just a short pickup. Plenty of work to do here on 2nd and long. Looking to throw, it's Nolan. There's the pressure. Looking deep. Intercepted deep in his own end. Taking it the other way. Finally brought down, but what a play, not only to get the football, but to flip the field position with the return.
Reese, I know you're a little bit of a front runner, so you probably would quit. You'd probably sub yourself out and take yourself out of the game. But I like that they're continuing to fight. Keep fighting. You never know what's going to happen. Actually, you know what? I know you're not going to win, but it doesn't matter. Keep fighting to the very end.
They're going to run it to the right. And they'll bring him down after a short pickup.
Well, they're going RPO. Nice job handing it off, and really good vision there, just getting what he can get, right? Puts his foot in the ground, gets forward, helps this offense find positive yards.
Here we go, ready. Red 54, ready, go.
Ran through the contact. Makes the catch, and he's free. Really good surge for this offense. They move the chains, and he's got it at the 34. Last completion moved the sticks in. Let's see if they try it again. He works his way down to the 30-yard line before he stopped, a gain of 3. So after the first down run, here's 2nd down. This quarterback part of their running game. And a nice solid pickup there before the defense wrestles him to the ground.
And it's not sexy, and it's not these long plays all the time. But this QB does such a good job of picking up 4 to 5 and making it where you're always.
And he throws another interception, his 3rd of the night.
this offense has done all day. They have struggled. They haven't gotten a rhythm. They haven't found a way to get points on the scoreboard. And late in this game, when your defense and your team really needed it the most, Palmer, they throw the INT.
And it's a microcosm, too, of just how dominant the defense.
Oh, he's got some space. Really good job by everybody there. Well blocked, good run, and a first down.
And obviously this offense has had their way, getting the huge lead. And now, when you know it's a running situation later in the ball games, you're still getting pounded. This defense has to step up at some point and be a lot more physical.
D coordinators down the road that have to play this offense, man, they're going to have nightmares because this unit has so much speed and so much skill. At running back, receiver, tight end, the quarterback making good decisions. It is so tough trying to stop them and prevent explosive plays.
He get it down to the 35 before he stopped. 10-yard pickup on the play, and it's a first down. Not a lot of drama in this one as they just get punched in the face and lose by double figures.
Not a lot of drama, but there is a lot to fix on offense, on defense, on special teams. And this team, David, they've got a lot to figure out.
Yeah, but you know what, Jesse? The coaches are going to be in a great mood. The bus rides, the plane rides, those will all be real fun. Practice this week, it's going to be a blast.
This has been a presentation of EA Sports College Football. For David Pollack, Jesse Palmer, and Holly Rowe, I'm Reese Davis saying goodbye, everybody.
Doing good. I just finished up my recruiting and everything. What happened? You said have I played my other game yet? No, I haven't. I haven't. I'm thinking about it. I wanted to see if Drew did anything in our FSU season. I don't even know. I was just about to. I just finished up everything over there. I just advanced our other. No, Drew hasn't advanced anything yet. Skip. I'm gonna go get some water real quick. I'll be right back, alright? I'm actually gonna take like a 10-minute break real quick. I don't know if you'll be here when I get back. Oh, you'll be getting off? Oh, okay, yeah, you'll be on and off. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna snack on some beef jerky real quick and I'll be back. But yeah, I'm gonna play my Air Force game. I'm playing against Air Force. Yeah, so we'll see. Skip. Skip.
One of the most storied and beautiful venues in college football, stadium. This matchup today, part of the lifeblood of the sport. A rivalry game where the results will be remembered for a lifetime. It's the Air Force Falcons and the Army Black Knights. Reese Davis, David Pollack, Jesse Palmer with you. Holly Rowe working the sidelines. We'll check in with her shortly. The Falcons ready to put toe to leather, and here we go. He'll bring it out from inside his own 10. Nice job executing all of the assignments as they put a stop to that return at the 22. So the Army Black Knights offense will have the football first. So guys, let's not forget, the last time these two got together, we had ourselves an absolute classic that has provided motivation for one side ever since, David.
I mean, such a back and forth, such a fun game. Everyone remembers where they were on their couch or in the stadium for that rivalry game.
And that's what rivalry games are supposed to look like. Both teams playing with phenomenal intensity. It's going to go down right to the wire. And you're right, those are the games that make college football special.
Solid run, picks up 6 and gets it to the 28. Guys, let's give a little context to where Army is. Recruiting starting to pick up a little bit for them, Jesse. I'm sure you saw they got a 3-star quarterback last week. And for a program like this, that can be a great building block.
That was a massive win for them. There were so many bigger programs after this guy, and yet he ended up here. And because of that, he's now a key building block, not just for this offense, but for the team moving forward. Lots of people very excited. And a lot of people expect to win right now just because of how good this 3-star QB is.
Give to the fullback. And that won't quite be enough for the first down as he's knocked down just short of the sticks.
Man, and you see those sticks, and you're like, dude, 3rd and short, I just got to fall forward and get the first down, Palmer, but the defense comes up big and gets the stop.
So on offense, don't overthink this one. 4th and inches, just line up something easy. You know you can execute.
Hold on a minute. The offense still out there going for it in their own territory.
Here we go. Ready, go!
They'll run for it. He's got enough for the first down, and they roll the dice and convert to keep this drive going.
There are not a lot of head coaches that I think are willing on their opening drive to go for it on 4th down, especially in that kind of field position. But this head coach ain't scared. And he believes in his running back. He believes in his offensive line to go pick it up, and that's exactly what they did.
This is a designed run. Now, I know you two never faced off against each other in an actual rivalry game other than the Thanksgiving morning turkey bowl. But knowing you two the way I do and the way you know each other, Jesse, what would you have done to try to throw Pollock off a little bit on a stage like this?
In our opening 10-play script, I would have had David Pollock cut blocked, maybe even double-team high-low, chop blocked on every single play early.
Which is illegal, you bum. That's fine. But that's fine. You know what? I guess in retaliation to that, we would have just roughed the passer over and over, taking the 15-yard penalty. That's what's fun about this, Reese. It's petty. It's sometimes it crosses the line of dirty, but that's why rivalries are so fun.
Defense did a great job. 3rd and short on the opponent's side of the field. They're expecting quick throw. Everybody, they dug their heel on the ground. They're able to break on the ball, force the incompletion.
And the Black Knights will bring the punt team onto the field. Steps into this one and unleashes a booming punt. My goodness. After that punt return, there is a man slow to get up. Freshman safety still down on the field as he's being attended to by the medical personnel. They'll run the option. Give him a pickup of 2, now 2nd and 8.
It's a veteran defense. They've seen option before. They were prepared to see it in this game, and you're seeing it on that play right there. Everybody doing a great job with assignment football, staying in their gaps, accounting for anyone who can have the football. They were ready for the pitch guy that time. They're able to make a quick stop.
And he couldn't find any room to breathe. What a great job on the run fits by this defense. Mikey Stadium, alive. A wall of cadets trying to urge on their fellow soldiers on 3rd down. Makes it past the marker. Building momentum, picking up a chunk of yardage, moving the chains out to the 34.
And these 3rd downs obviously are so crucial, and that's why you call them the money down. But just to get the drive started, man, you get the 3rd down, you get a little bit nervous. Nice job executing, running the football, moving this.
Finding some room. They'll get him down, but not before he crosses the 50. He's down to the 49.
This defense is going to have to do a better job slowing down the run. We've seen twice now in this opening drive. This guy break one. And so this defense has to do a better job at the point of attack, and their D coordinator probably is already thinking to himself, we'll have to get another guy in the box to slow this guy down.
He'll do it himself. He'll toss it. Turning it on. Just keeps moving. The 10. Touchdown, Falcons. He ran through tackles like water through a sieve.
And that is exactly what they wanted to see. They talked about bolstering their speed at the running back spot. They said this guy could do it. And you get a good glimpse of it early in this football game. Palmer, there's one thing to talk about speed. It's another thing to talk about speed. And that guy takes off, erases some angles, and makes the big play early.
It's so true, David. There's so many really good running backs in the country that can make people miss, but when we see them get into the 2nd level, they always get caught. This guy is a little bit different. And now if you're on defense, that's a big alert. You know, hey, if we don't tackle him, if linebackers miss him, if safeties miss him, and this guy gets in the 2nd level, he is taking it to the house. There's a lot of pressure now in this defense to tackle.
Opening play of this drive will come from their own 23. Nowhere to go on that one. It'll bring up 2nd and 10.
Right. So let's go. Ready. 30, go.
They'll go to the fullback. A couple of guys there to get him on the ground. This offense really needs to get something going. Punt on the opening drive, and now a 3rd and 10 coming up. Rolling to the right, trying to make something happen. He's up past the 35. They'll keep this drive moving by picking up the first down. They have it at the 36. The Black Knights come to the line with a fresh set of downs.
Let it go!
A run for the quarterback. They didn't get a push at all on that one. It'll be no gain on the play. Following that run, we have a player who is shaken up. I'm sure Holly will find out what's going on, and for the moment, we will step aside. What will they dial up on second and a long way to go?
Ready, go!
Off play action. Looking for an open area to his left. There he goes. Down to the 26-yard line before they ride him out of bounds, and this defense is on its heels.
How nice is it to be an offensive coordinator and you call a pass play, but your guy turns it into an explosive run? Like, that is so much fun to call. Good protection up front, but he just sees space so well. They drop back, he finds the holes, and man, before you know it, he's just chewing up yards and making big plays.
And the Black Knights are moving quickly down the field.
Here we go, ready! Where did he go?
Off the play fake on first down, wants to throw. Rush coming in hot, and they got him at the 29.
And they get to the quarterback and get the sack. That's a big emphasis for this defense. They saw a week ago, this offense gave up
maybe a crease. And he's brought down after a nice gain. That's the end of the quarter. Air Force has the lead here. Let's take a look at the numbers through the first quarter. They are lined up and ready to go and get things started here in the second. So first down here as they go back to work. From the shotgun, the handoff to the back. Defense right there to stop him in his tracks, and they get nothing on that play.
What a great play by the linebacker. You talk about filling a hole. Defensive line does their jobs. He comes in the hole and says, sit down, sir.
Just missed on the connection, incomplete. Boy, they love to move the sticks here and take a shot at it on first and goal.
Ready, ready! 129, 129! Go, go! Where did he go?
On third and long, trying to convert through the air. It's picked off, and that's number 10. And they'll close in on him after a good return on the interception.
Well, this quarterback was having success throwing on the opening drive of the game, in large part because it's a lot harder to throw on third down when the defense is expecting it, like you saw right there. We're ready. Had a really good coverage call, and they get the INT.
Here comes the Air Force offense back onto the field. How about that blocking up front in that running game last time as they just walked it down for a touchdown hit?
And the big boys up front doing their job. Opening holes, the backs making making plays. Everything on the ground on that first drive worked.
And we know that this is the identity this coaching staff wants for this team, right? They want to be the most physical team on the field. Let's see if they can keep it up.
Back in motion, trying to clear the picture. Look out, he's got room. Got enough for the first. And he's brought down after a nice gain. And after that run, there is a player still down on the field. That is the senior running back who's slow to get up. Holly will keep an eye on things on the sideline for us. Now on first down from the 28. Looking for the edge, it's Palmer. Fights off the defender. Cross the 30 to the 35, and that's a gain of 6.
And winning first downs is a priority for a defense, and you can't get bludgeoned. You can't get physically beat at the point of attack. You know the percentages. It's usually pretty good on first down that they're going to run the football. So them getting that big chunk, getting in second and short, not a good job by this defense.
On the option. Quarterback keep. Now the pitch. There's a crease. Huge play there into plus territory, and they'll mark him out of bounds at the 46.
Well, this is an offense that has a lot of speed, and they have different guys they would love to get the football to in space, and they can find a lot of different ways to do that. I love the idea of going option here, trusting your quarterback to make the right read. If no one accounts for the pitch, man, he's going to get it to the outside, and you see the speed on the perimeter. Really clever play call that time by the O coordinator.
And the Falcons pounded the rock to move the sticks, now back to work. They'll send the back in motion. To the air on first down. Makes a grab and room to run. And they'll finally get him down after a terrific pickup.
Well, you're seeing the balance this offense has and how they can create explosive plays in a variety of ways. We just saw one come in the run game, and now you see one coming in the passing game. I'll tell you, they've got this defense on their heels.
Try to cash in on this red zone opportunity. It'll be second down, and remember, they can pick up a first without scoring. Run it with the fullback. They'll knock him down for a loss of a couple.
Well, they're trying to hand it off to the fullback for a quick hitter, but just nowhere to go. The defensive line, great job getting penetration to set up that.
Here comes the option. He'll try to get to the marker himself. Touchdown, Falcons! And they take it in for 6 more points.
And this offense showing off a little diversity, right? Like being able to run that option a different way, get a receiver that can catch the ball on the pitch, confuse the defense enough to create enough opportunity for the QB to keep it and punch it in the end zone.
On the run from inside his own 5. He'll be stopped short of the 20-yard line on the return. They'll mark him at the 19. Let's see if they can get something going here late in the half. And they'll bring him to the ground after a short gain.
And I'm not surprised that they're giving him a touch early in this football game, too, because you've seen it throughout the season, man. Like, they trust their QB to run the football, especially in big-time situations. We'll see that throughout this football game. But he's already over 500 yards. Like, that's really good. So he's a weapon that they will use throughout the football game.
3rd and 6 yards to go. From the gun, wants to pass. Moving out to the right. Got the first himself. He'll work and weave his way all the way up to the 45 before going out of bounds.
And, man, this defense, they look a little bit frustrated. Like, he's done this time and time again here in the first half, and it's still early in this football game, but they got to find an answer for his legs. Like, he's chewing up too many yards, making too many big plays. Got to find a way to make him one-dimensional and make some bad things happen when he tries to take off and run the football.
This offense has had trouble getting it in gear, but maybe a little life here on 1st and 10. Might be calling a hot route.
20 and 29 belts. Shift. Go, go.
They'll run it from the gun. And he has a solid gain before the defense bottles him up.
You want to make play calling easy for an offensive coordinator? Run the ball like that every play. I mean, when you can run that on first down and set up a short yardage on second down, it makes play calling easy. Every single call on that sheet is available here on second down.
They were able to make the completion, but he had to pick his way for just a little bit. Needed a little more help to spring him for some yardage.
Yeah, if you're going to have success when you throw it outside like that, you're going to need some more blocking and better blocking downfield. Give the defense credit, though. They were able to rally and made a tackle.
Got a man. And just a short, safe pass play. They pick up a few. The hurry up now. Second down. Clock ticking. Back to pass. Moves around to clear up the vision. Didn't find much running room there. Picks up a few before he's forced out of bounds.
I got to be honest. I know the defense respected this guy's running ability. I don't know, though, if they knew it was this good. He has been gashing them in this game with his legs, and already you're seeing the defense now make some adjustments to slow this guy down. They were able to get him to the ground. He's still got a couple yards, but this has got to continue for this defense. You know he is going to carry the ball.
And he's not going to get the first down. Good stop there. The defense uses a timeout. That's their first. Gives him a little time to dig deep in the play sheet and figure out what to do on fourth down. The offense stays on the field. They just have inches to go on fourth down.
Here we go. Ready. Ready to go.
Early movement on the offense, and they'll push it back 5 yards.
Oh, dude.
So the decision has been made, and the coach will take the penalty. The Black Knights will go for it on fourth down. He'll try to throw and pick up the first down. Finds the tight end. And a sure tackle after the completion, and he stopped short.
Man, aggressive play calls. Everybody wants you to be aggressive. They're aggressive. They take their shot. Now they got to live with a little bit of the consequences. They turn the football over on downs. Now their defense has to go out on the field and make some stops.
Creates a little room. Runs through a tackle. Got enough for the first. Could be an alley. And there they go again. Another huge gain on the ground.
And you got to throw the fullbacks a bone occasionally. Okay, those dudes have one of the worst jobs on the field. Always blocking every single play. Down in, down out. When you get those situations, you can give him the ball, give him a bone, reward him for all of his hard work.
Quarterback keeps it. Oh, he's got some space. And he has a solid gain on the play before sliding.
Man, the evolution of the quarterback position. Basically, you should call them running backs who throw the ball really well now.
And guys, you know the other thing that happens here is that sets up the next play because you've sort of left the defensive line gassed trying to run down the quarterback.
Oh, you got to be in shape, chasing him around all day on design runs, on scrambles, and, you know, it's just, and the +1 advantage you get by having that guy. It's just, it's so hard to defend.
Set up for the first down play, and they're going to call a timeout and talk it over instead. And they'll still have one in their pocket for what's left in this first half. Hit hard as he released the ball on that first down pass, and it never had a chance. And here on second down, they'll send out the field goal unit to try to get 3 before the break. It's good. He hit that one right down the middle. And they'll push that lead out a little further.
And 3 more on the board, and this kicker is starting to get a reputation starting off the season. Hasn't missed yet. Nice to have a guy that you can really, really depend on.
They'll use a timeout right before halftime. Maybe time for 1 or 2 more plays. Just enough time for one final play of the half.
Go, go, go!
Looking to throw on first down. He lets one fly deep. It's incomplete, and they tried to finish this quarter with a bang and couldn't quite connect. We've played 2 quarters here. Time to go to Kevin Connors in our halftime update.
Interesting first half, fellas, and an eye-opening day here in Week 10 on the EA Sports College Football Update Show. We start with Notre Dame, taking on the #1 team, the Miami Hurricanes. And it's the Fighting Irish, with one of the biggest wins in program history, taking down the #1 team in the country. This ball club now stands at 7 wins. They've assured themselves at the very least of a better than 500 regular season. Here now some other games you may have interest in, and social media has some sharp opinions about the state of things right now. And now over to your game inside Michie Stadium. This running back is enjoying one very productive day. He's the bell cow for this team. They are not afraid to give him the ball, and he's a big reason why they are 2 quarters from a win. With that, let's throw it back to the guys to see how this rivalry matchup plays out.
Looking for an alley from inside his own 10. Couldn't find a way to create that broken field as he stopped at the 25. As we get set to start the second half, Holly Rowe with an update on the weather.
Well, guys, we have had some changes down here on the field. As you can see, there was some light snow early in this game, but it has gotten worse. Heavy snow now starting to fall. I will keep you posted on how it affects this second half. Back to you.
Okay, Holly. Not what they had in mind to start this drive. Here comes 2nd and 13.
Here we go. Ready, ready, go!
Keeping it on the ground with the single back.
This shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. If you've got the lead in the 3rd quarter and you want to keep it, you got to bleed the clock. Best way to do that, run the football. You're now seeing this offense call these run plays back to back. They are trying to be physical. They're trying to stay on the field.
Now on the option. Keeps it himself. They'll try the run. He's knocked down just short of the 30 at the 29-yard line. It brings up 4th down. The Falcons will call on their punt team. Takes it on the return. Coverage team was down there to corral him. They made the stop, and they'll mark it at the 39. Army has it back in the offense, ready to go.
Right,
on the option. Pulls it on the option. Now the pitch. Picks up the first down. He's pushed out of bounds inside the 40 at the 38, and these guys are on the move.
And this defense has to be so disciplined. Like, you just got to understand, I can't all go for the quarterback, and too much attention on the quarterback. We didn't play the pitch really well. That's why this offense is really hard to stop.
Hey, move. Go, go!
On the option. 9-yard pickup on the play. It's now 2nd and 1. And the Black Knights can play this second down a lot of ways with just a few yards to go.
Go, go!
The give on the option. All down, but he has enough to move the chains.
It's great awareness by the running back, understanding where the first down marker is and doing whatever it takes to get it.
This offense hasn't found the end zone yet. Starting to move, it's 1st and 10. Now the play fake. Here comes the heat. Gonna try to get it himself. Nice run there to keep things moving before they force him out of bounds.
Man, this defense has their hands full today because not only do they have to worry about the running backs and not only do they have to worry about the passing game, they've got to worry about this quarterback running the football because of plays like that. Not a huge explosive play, but he showed you the athleticism. He showed you he has the ability to hurt you with his legs.
And you kind of thought in that situation QB might keep it, but makes the right read. Gets it to the pitch man, and what does he do? Gets downhill. Get downhill and get that first down. New set of down.
There's a little room there. He'll be hauled down just inside the 10 at the 9 as they're trying to turn this into a score.
If I'm building an offense in today's football, it's not around a quarterback that can't run. I'm going to find an athlete that I can give the ball because defensively, it starts to limit your coverages. It starts to limit what I can do. It makes me play the quarterback every single play. Just makes your job as a defensive coordinator extremely hard.
He's brought down at the 7-yard line, and they are threatening to take it in. First and goal, and this feels like their chance to give him a finish.
Ready, go!
Give to the big fullback. And he'll step into the end zone. Touchdown, Army!
And finally, guys, we've been talking about this offense. When are they going to get it going? When are they going to have that spark? They make the play. They finally get on the board. Now, can they keep the momentum going? Can they play complementary football? Can the defense get a few stops and the offense keep this up?
And with the extra point, every little bit counts as they get closer. That touchdown drive covered 61 yards. And he found his way to the end zone from the 7 to cap it. He'll start the return inside his 5. And the coverage team able to make the tackle. The Falcons now set to take over on offense. That lead is now 10, down to a 2-possession game, and it's on this offense to try to stretch it back out. They're going to open this drive with a pass. Pucks it out of the air. They get him stopped at the 26, but that'll be enough for this offense to go to work on first down. Passing game kept this drive moving. Let's see if they try it again. Wide receiver comes in motion. He's brought down, but he went backwards after that completion, not the way they had it drawn up. And the Falcons with a long way to go after the loss on the last play. They'll run the option. Quick spin on the run. Banging, slithering, whatever it takes to get that ball up to the 32.
Positive plays, that's all you're looking for here in the option game. Not everything is going to be a 70-yard touchdown run, obviously, but if you can pick up positive yardage like that, and the quarterback makes good decisions, pitching it out, and no one's accounting for the pitch man, you'll take that all day long. They don't get the first down, but why would you stop running option after a play like that?
Got a little grass. He's at the 10.
Damn it.
Touchdown, Air Force. Once he got some room, it was over. They've got the lead and trying to put this one in a hammerlock here in Week 10. Now they've got a little breathing room. They are in firm control of this game, guys, but you never want to let up in a rivalry game.
Because it only takes one play. We know how much of a factor momentum can be in these types of rivalry games, David, so this game's still far from over.
And this is where my leadership and my experience comes into play. You've got guys that have been through these fires, been through these rivalry games. You know the swings happen quick. Now you got to swing it back your way.
The Black Knights offense will go to work. After giving up that score, now it's incumbent on this offense to kind of get a back and forth going, Jesse, in this game.
They got to put some points on the board here. There's obviously a lot of football to go, so it's not necessarily panic time just yet, but I'm getting the ball into the hands of my best playmakers on this drive.
I hear you, Jesse, but not panic time. Have you seen my defense? I mean, I'm not trusting them to get a lot of stops, so it puts a lot of pressure on this offense.
They'll guide him out of bounds down at the 25-yard line. Guys, this offense is already reeling down multiple possessions. Really need to cash in on this drive.
Hydro! Where did he go?
Snap from the gun on third down. He's going to take off. Got room at the 35. Love to see these third down conversions on offense, and they're out to their own 39-yard line.
Well, we know the game of college football is always evolving and changing, and one of the biggest reasons why is the quarterback evolution. Dual-threat quarterbacks. You're seeing two great examples in this game so far. Both guys can hurt you throwing it. Both guys can hurt you running it. It's been the running attack for both of these guys that's been the big story so far.
hit hard just as he released it on first down and just couldn't get it to the receiver. Goes to the option. A confident, tough, efficient run gets it up to the 44. Both of these teams still on the outside looking in at the top 25, but here are the rankings as we are winding our way toward the end of the season. As we start the fourth quarter, it'll take a pretty sizable comeback to win this one. With the break, they had a little extra time to dial something up for this third down play.
Black 14, black 14. Hey, check it. 14-24 plus, 14-24 plus. Go!
Quarterback run is part of their game plan. He's got enough to move the chains, and they'll spot it at the 47.
Sometimes as a quarterback, you just need to take the game over yourself. You need points to win, and it's going to come down to you throwing it or maybe running it like you just saw there to get that done.
Ready! Wide, 23. Ready, go!
Looking to throw on first down. Get it out on the screen. Not a whole lot of room there on that screen pass as it just never developed.
Well, and here's the problem offensively. Because you're trailing by so much so late in the game, the defense now is going to be playing big zone coverages, and they're going to allow you to throw the ball underneath in the middle of the field, rally to make a tackle, and bleed the clock. It's going to be hard now for this offense to claw their way back in this one.
Last completion picked up a couple. Here comes 2nd and 8.
Here we go. Ready, go!
Give to the running back. Maybe some room here. Good execution. They move the sticks, and they've got it at the 33.
And finally, we see a nice gain. That's his best run of the game. And this offense works best when he is going. And then you can throw the passing game and the play action, and there's more balance. So maybe that's a sight of things to come. Maybe they can get this thing going and get back in this football game.
The Black Knights kept this drive moving on the ground. Now back to work. Wants to throw on first down. He'll try to do it himself. 7-yard pickup on that one. It's now 2nd and 3.
You see a lot of quarterbacks get in trouble when they start forcing things. He did a really good job. He wanted to throw the football. You could tell. Drops back. Nothing open. It's okay. I'm just going to take off and get what I can get.
He's brought down, but it'll be enough for a first down.
And this drive, this offense is really focused on physicality, man. Running the football. Look at right here, right up the gut. Nice play. Nice job just controlling the line of scrimmage, putting a drive together. This offense really doing a good job right now.
The option look. Keeps it on first down. He picks it up, still on his feet.
Well, the offense is able to avoid disaster right there. Problem is they fumbled it, but thankfully they were able to jump back on and not have a turnover.
Go!
2nd down, they'll go to the air. Trying to make magic on the scramble. Brought down after a good pickup, and they're in the red zone at the 20. They're a perfect 2 for 2 on 3rd down on this drive. They need 8 to move the chains again. From the gun, wants to pass. Tight coverage and an incomplete pass. The defense knocks it away and forces a 4th down.
And it's just been that kind of day for this quarterback and this offense, guys. They have never been able to get into a rhythm throwing the football. Timing's been off. Accuracy hasn't.
Field goal unit's not coming out here, guys. I think they're going to go ahead and go for it on 4th and long. He'll try to throw and pick up the first down. They got him for the sack, and that'll be a turnover on downs.
And, man, a lot of times it's hard to outrun that blitz, and they bring pressure. They push him outside of the pocket. Nice job covering downfield. Nobody open. He can't find a place to go with the football, and this is exactly what you should do. Keep hunting. Keep chasing. They finally catch him. Get the big sack on 4th down.
Air Force has it back, and the Falcon offense returns to the field. So thanks to the defense, they take over. Big lead in hand and an opportunity to run this clock out if they so choose. There's some room on the run, and he'll slide to avoid the big hit. The officials stop the clock for the 2-minute timeout, and the offense is that much closer to victory. The Falcons can really attack on this 2nd and short. Sends it back in motion. Give to the big fullback. And works it to the 40-yard line. That'll be a first down.
Those fullbacks are grown men. Those guys are constantly hitting linebackers and blocking the whole entire game. So when you get a chance to give the big boy the ball, it's always, and you know what it is? It's a morale boost for everybody on the whole field. Everybody gets jacked up, and he finally gets to touch the football.
That's got to be demoralizing if you're the defense. You're trailing. You need to get the ball back. You got to get off the field, but you can't stop the run when they're going between the tackles. This defense is going to have to get a lot more physical, especially in the middle.
They'll move the wide receiver. Ready, go! On the move. And he's dragged down.
You know, I really like this QB running the football because I know he's got a lot of speed. He's not the biggest guy in the world, so he's not going to be able to break a lot of tackles. You really got to do a good job of trying to scheme ways to get him out in more space.
When you deal with a rivalry game, you have to live with the outcome for a full year. And this one is going to rest in their minds for the entire season going into next year.
And it's not going to sit well with the losing team. When you lose these, you're going to get hounded, and you're going to get hate. You're going to get social media is going to destroy you about losing to your rival. But you got to put it past you. It is just one game. It's not that big of a deal. Well, Jesse, yeah, it kind of is.
It kind of is a big deal. You're right, David. I mean, a lot of these kids, they played with each other or against each other in high school. They've known each other for a long time. There's going to be a lot of trash talking going on, not just between players, but the fans, their families, coaching staffs. This is a
All right, everybody. I'll be right back. I'll be back in like 10, 15 minutes.